man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.
supposed to be later this afternoon. One bad last night. All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. The jury is about to commence. Both sides, well, we'll begin the summations. If there is an objection during the summations, I will rule on the objection. If I agree with you, I will sustain the objection. If I do not agree with you, I will overrule the objection. But whatever my ruling is, there will be no approaching the bench, there will be no discussion, there will be no debating, and there will be no arguing. The ruling will be the ruling, and then you move on.
You know, we're just requesting that, because a lot of times objections are not from the legal ground. It's objecting during my co-counsel's argument, and it's just objections sustained. We don't have any idea what the grounds are. So I assume the court rules of state grounds,
Yes.
or else it's overruled.
Yes, if there's an objection, the legal grounds will have to be stated. If it's not stated, then it will be overruled. But I'm assuming that both sides will state the legal grounds. All right, both sides ready for the jury? Mr. Kuzlova, are you ready to begin? All right, ready to bring in the jury? Yeah, please. Send them in.
Sorry, Your Honor, we're waiting on one juror.
Do you know which one?
I cannot. Let me find out.
All right.
Sorry, Your Honor, they are all here.
Okay.
Who's in the restroom?
One's in the restroom?
Yes.
Okay, when that juror comes back, then,
Bring him in.
yes, please. Parties, jurors, and counsel are present. We're about to start the summations. I want to remind you that what the attorneys say is not evidence. However, sometimes the attorneys might say something that you feel will be helpful for you in deliberations. Does anybody need an additional pad, a paper? Everybody's okay? All right, about scheduling. I don't think we'll finish the summations today. There may be a little left, so that will be tomorrow. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9:30. After the summations are finished, then you'll be released to deliberate. But you will be deliberating tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. If you do not finish tomorrow, you will have to come back on Tuesday. Monday is another holiday. It's President's Day. And the deliberation hours will be 9 to noon and 1:30 to 4:30. All right. Mr. Przlomek, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I stood up here in opening statements, I started by telling you that this case was really an easy case, not a complicated case, a very simple case. And as I stand up here before you now, I want to reiterate, this is not a difficult case. The question for you to answer in this case boils down to really just one question. There's only one important question in this case, one critical question that you have to answer. And that is, did Mr. Mayers, the man at the table, did he use a real gun or did he use a fake gun? Now, for those of you who have been jurors in the past, you know that as jurors, often when you sit in these cases, you have to answer a whole host of questions. You need to answer, was the defendant, was Mr. Mayers, was he even there that night? Was a gun, did he actually have a gun? Was the gun loaded? Did he actually fire the gun? You know, there could be a bunch of different questions that you have to answer. In this case, all those questions are agreed to. And it only comes down to that one question. Was it a real gun or was it a fake gun? Nothing else is in dispute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Takapina, when he comes up here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to talk about Mr. Ephron a lot. And he's going to talk to you about how did Mr. Ephron earn his income, who's Mr. Ephron's girlfriend, did Mr. Ephron tell people he was a millionaire, or what kind of lifestyle did Mr. Ephron lead people to believe he had on Instagram? None of that matters. None of that matters. None of that relates to the singular question that on November 6, 2021 in Hollywood, did the defendant have a real gun? Did he have a fake gun? Now, you're not going to hear me, and you haven't heard Mr. Lewin or I throughout this case tell you that after this crime happened, that Mr. Ephron did not think to himself, I want to be compensated for what happened to me. And we are not going to tell you that Mr. Ephron, after this crime, this horrible crime happened, that his primary motivation wasn't, man, I really need to go to the police and make sure that whoever did this was held accountable. That's not what Mr. Ephron was thinking. Mr. Ephron was absolutely focused on himself. We agree to that. We talked to you about that all the way back in jury selection. We told you at the time, Mr. Ephron filed a lawsuit. Mr. Ephron wants money because of what happened. Okay? That hasn't been hidden from you. We actually stood here and stipulated to that with the defense. That there was a lawsuit, what the causes of actions were. We agree to all that. None of that's in dispute. It's very important that you understand your role in this case, and specifically what your role in this case is not about. You are never going to be asked to decide how much money should Mr. Ephron get for what happened to him that night. Does Mr. Mayers, does he owe Mr. Ephron $1, no dollars, a gazillion dollars? You'll never be asked to answer that question. Your role is not to consider that, not to consider that question. The only question that you are here to answer is, that night in Hollywood, did Mr. Mayers have a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers pulled out of his pants, pointed at Mr. Ephron, a real gun or a fake gun? Was the gun that Mr. Mayers turned around and pointed at Mr. Ephron and fired twice at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, was it a real gun or a fake gun? I want to start out, too, with where I started in opening statements, with the video. My apologies, the audio here is not this video. But that's what we're talking about, that moment in time, when you see the gun on that video. The answer to that question that I've now posed to you several times is obvious. It's obvious. That man decided, for whatever reason, that he was going to settle his dispute with Mr. Ephron that night with a gun. That he was going to do that in the middle of Hollywood. And that he was going to fire his gun not once, but twice. That man made the decision to reach out to Mr. Ephron, to provoke this confrontation. He made the decision to bring two other people with him, Ills and Twelvey. Mr. Ephron's outnumbered 3-1. But still, he made the decision to bring a loaded, concealed gun with him to that confrontation. Those were his decisions. Those decisions had consequences, and you know the results of those decisions. And that is what we are asking you to hold him accountable for in this case. We know the consequences of his decisions really beyond a doubt. The video here is clear. The defense put up Twelvey, Mr. Phillips, to narrate the video for you. And I guess the question you have to ask after listening to Twelvey's is, are you going to listen to Twelvey, the man who relies on the defendant for his livelihood, for his income, really for his entire career? Are you going to rely on him, or are you going to rely on your own lying eyes? Because what he described on the video did not happen. What did the video show? Well, it showed the defendant confronting Mr. Ephron. It showed the defendant executing his plan to immediately get in Mr. Ephron's face. Immediately engage in a physical confrontation. It shows Mr. Ephron did not have a weapon. And honestly, it shows that Mr. Ephron was really unprepared for what he was walking into. Mr. Ephron went there to talk. He went there to argue. He went there that night to resolve his differences, not to engage in a physical fight. But he's immediately confronted with a physical confrontation. So how does he respond? Again, let's pause. Consider Mr. Phillips, 12. When he's asked simple questions, this is just a hypothetical, but if he's asked, what's the weather like that night? You know, his answer is going to start out with something like, I couldn't tell. Mr. Ephron is such a huge man. He's so muscular. When he approached me, he blotted out the sky. I couldn't tell you what it was because he's such a large individual. Okay? He repeatedly puts that fact in front of you. He wants you to focus on Mr. Ephron's size, how big he is, how muscular he is. How honestly, it sounded like this was the first time that 12E had seen Mr. Ephron outside of the gym. He constantly repeated how much Mr. Ephron was in the gym, how big he was. At that moment, when Mr. Ephron is approaching the defendant, he doesn't know what's about to happen. We all know because we see it on the video. But at that moment, he did not know. He did not know the defendant had a gun. So Mr. Ephron, this huge, hulking man, he's confronted outside the parking garage, and how does he respond? He responds by doing absolutely nothing. He's approached by the defendant, and what does he do? He reaches forward with his left hand. Now this man's coming right up in his face. He reaches out to maintain the distance. 12E wants you to believe Mr. Ephron's there to fight. He's there to start it. So when he reaches out with his left hand, what does that leave free? His right hand, his dominant hand. That muscular right hook. Does he throw a punch at the defendant? No. He honestly does nothing. He reaches out with his hand, and the defendant immediately gets in his face. He's actually propelled backwards. Why doesn't he punch the defendant? Why doesn't he fight him? He's there to fight him, right? That's what 12E wants you to believe. He's there to fight the defendant. Why doesn't he? Well, he told you. He knows. If I fight this man, it's all over. Not just his relationship with the defendant. He knows they're not going to recover from that. If I punch him in the face, we're done. Our friendship is over. But not just that. My livelihood, my life is over. He's thinking in that moment, we've had problems in the past, we've talked it out. We have problems now, we can talk it out. Okay? That's his mindset. He doesn't know the defendant's mindset, though. And he has no idea how bad it's gotten for the defendant. Because a relationship takes two people. And Mr. Ephron, he can only give you his perspective. Apparently, though, it's gotten very bad for the defendant. Beyond repair. That is, Mr. Ephron doesn't know that. He doesn't know how bad it's gotten until the next split second when that gun comes out. And you have to understand, in the instant that gun comes out, it has to be immediately clear to Mr. Ephron, oh my God, it is so much worse than I thought it was. This man, my friend, a person I've known 15 years, is pulling a gun on me. This guy hates me. And this is not going to end well for me. It's all over. That's what he's confronted with in the split second that gun comes out and is pointed at him. My career's over, my livelihood, it's all done. Now, I'm going to go through multiple people's perspectives. I am not going to hold back, okay? When I talk about the defense witnesses, I want to be very clear. What they got on the stand and told you were lies. They repeatedly lied when asked about a whole variety of topics we'll get into. But there was one thing that not even they could lie or deny. And that is, what was, it had to have been obvious to you before you even walked into this court on this case. The defendant, and certainly his significant other, are powerful individuals within the entertainment industry. Even their own witnesses, even 12E, even ASAP Lou had to acknowledge that too. And they certainly have enough power to cancel small players like Mr. Ephron or 12E or Lou if that's what they want to do. And that right there, in that millisecond the gun is pulled out, that's what Mr. Ephron is faced with. So how does he respond to that? That's a lot to take in a very short amount of time. You cannot put yourself in his shoes and say, what would I do? You cannot possibly capture all the emotion, all the history, everything that's going on in his head. And he probably doesn't respond the way that you would. You know? I mean, you probably would not walk after the person who just pulled a gun on you and unload on them verbally with your grievances. But he's angry. He's upset. He's confronted with his life changing, and he knows it's over. And even though the defendant pulled a gun on him, he's not really thinking about the gun. So he follows, and he tells the defendant how he has failed the other members of their collective. And he uses ills and he uses 12E as examples along the way. So we get to the next location, the parking lot, Vista Del Mar in Selma. And when we get to that corner, the defense, certainly 12E, want you to believe that as they arrived there, Mr. Ephron immediately started attacking ills. I'll go through the video. Honestly, we will slow it down and I'll show you where everyone is at that moment when the defendant turns around with the gun. But you know, you've watched the video. I honestly wondered to myself if I even had to address, was Mr. Ephron attacking ills at that moment? There's daylight between them, clear space. But this is where the defense is going to double down on the idea that you cannot believe what you see with your own eyes. Because when you watch the video, you can see space between ills, you can see space between Mr. Ephron. 12E could not acknowledge that on the stand. That's not why he was here. He was here to say that Mr. Ephron was attacking ills. And I'm sure, as you listen to his testimony, when he first started testifying, you had to think, this sounds like something that's been practiced. This sounds like a man who's repeating pre-programmed answers to me. It came off very robotic. I don't have to tell you he was coached into certain answers, because you saw it for your own eyes in court. If you didn't see it, you heard it. When 12E's asked a question, what is awe? That's kind of a mundane, really seemingly insignificant question. What does the defendant do? He screams out, don't answer that. Don't say. He's literally coaching him in court in front of you. And what's 12E's response? My brother's company? Man, I don't know. I can't say. So do you expect him to come into court and tell you the truth about exactly what happened on that street corner? That video does not show Mr. Ephron attacking ills. And that really is why, when we get to the jury instructions, the instructions on defense of others are not going to apply in this case. Because what the video shows is that when they got to that street corner, the defendant thought, I've had enough. And he decided to pull his gun, and he decided to start firing at Mr. Ephron. The video clearly shows, before Mr. Ephron is anywhere near ills, the defendant is already pulling the gun out, turning around, putting his arm forward. When exactly in that sequence he fired, hard to say. The sound doesn't necessarily match up perfectly with the audio. These are from two different systems. The sound is farther away than the video, but they're close enough that you can tell that in those seconds, the defendant starts firing. How does Mr. Ephron react? He reacts by grabbing Nils and using him as a human shield. Would be a natural response when you're faced with someone firing a gun at you. How does the defense try to twist that though and reframe it? They try to tell you that's actually, Mr. Ephron attacking Nils, because it's a tough case for them. Because it's all on video, you get to see it for yourself. This would have been a lot easier if there was no video and all they had to do was poke holes in Mr. Ephron, but there's video. So they're trying to get you to believe that what you see on the video is not really what you see. Apparently, the defense also thinks that it's a problem that the defendant is actually firing shots at Mr. Ephron. A problem for their defense of, apparent defense of Nils, because they say actually what he was doing was firing warning shots. Warning shots. We thought it was a prop gun. There's no such thing as a warning shot from a prop gun. So that takes me to the next, really most absurd part of the defense in this case, which is that not only was this a prop gun, but Mr. Ephron knew it was a prop gun. They want you to believe Mr. Ephron knew that this gun was a prop gun. But at the same time, they also want you to believe, need you to believe, that he pulled the gun in order to intimidate Mr. Ephron with the gun that Mr. Ephron already knows is a prop gun. It is absolutely absurd. Let's start with the first premise that they want you to believe there, that the defendant is carrying a prop gun in the first place. The testimony through Lou, what the defense wants you to believe is the defendant, he's been stabbed. Not only was he stabbed in this nightclub, 12 he was stabbed at the same time. That's a violent thing to have happen to you. Not only that, but he has crazy people breaking into his house. Crazy people stalking him. Also breaking into his house. And when he's faced with that real violence, being stabbed with a real knife, having real people in his house that he doesn't know, what is his rational response to that? Let's carry a fake gun. Let's talk about Lou for a second. This ASAP Lou. ASAP Lou is a very valuable friend to have. ASAP Lou tells you that the defendant singled him out in a crowd because the defendant liked his energy. And little did the defendant know that he was basically recruiting the Swiss Army knife of best friends. Okay? ASAP Lou, not just your personal assistant, but he turns into your tour manager. You need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it on a moment's notice, you got Lou. He's there. But, by the way, let's be clear, Lou, he's totally impartial. He's not financially reliant on the defendant, because Lou also has his own DJing business and his own clothing brand, which apparently have nothing to do with his good friend, the famous musician who is also an ambassador to multiple clothing designers. Lou must have done that all on his own. On top of that, Lou, I said he's the Swiss Army knife. One of his functions, he's also the defendant's security consultant. And Lou told you that he sat down with some unnamed, unidentified security expert that did not testify, whose name he couldn't tell you, could give you no information about. And after the real security issues that the defendant was having, being cut with a real knife, he decided the best way that he could protect himself, that Rocky could protect himself, is with a fake gun. So that the next time someone approaches him with a real knife, he can pull out his fake gun. That's going to go one of two ways. That assailant might say, "I didn't know you had a gun," and leave. Or they might attack you with their real knife or their real gun, and your fake gun is completely useless. You have no way of actually defending yourself. And if you're faced with real threats, clearly you want to have something that you can really defend yourself with, not some prop. That security advice, that is not just illogical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd, all right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Ephron knew, he knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on him. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Ephron. Because Mr. Ephron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Ephron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Ephron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Ephron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay? They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July of 2021. We know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Ephron are together? A single instance where Mr. Ephron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Ephron, what does he do? How does Mr. Ephron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Ephron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Ephron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun. My audio. Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Ephron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Ephron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Ephron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Ephron looked at the defendant and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing there's There's no video of the second that that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Ephron dive behind Hills. That's how Mr. Ephron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron is nowhere near Hills. He's lunging towards Mr. Ephron, and Mr. Ephron is diving out of the way. Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case. This is the moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Ephron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing at Mr. Ephron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Ephron is anywhere near Hills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Hills. Negates 12B's testimony that Mr. Ephron was punching Hills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Ephron and Hills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Ephron is not attacking Hills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Ephron was going to attack Hills. For that to be true, there'd have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Ephron was actually saying, I'm going to beat Hills up. I'm coming after you, Hills. Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Ephron is and where Hills is. The second problem that this, so other than negating the defense, right, that 12B wants you to believe Mr. Ephron is beating up Hills, that video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun. Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Ephron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Ephron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Ephron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Ephron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun, because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Ephron. Consider it from Mr. Ephron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Ephron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, "Put that fake-ass gun away." So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Ephron look back at him and say, "Do I have to tell you again? Put that fake-ass gun away again"? No. Clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, "Oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun on me." And he's jumping around Ills, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12E. Let's talk about 12E's perspective. He says, when he testifies, "I knew that that was a fake gun." That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, "We all knew it was a fake gun." When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street. He's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Ephron was not just beating up Ills, but that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12E, before he's confronted, says Mr. Ephron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills. Why is Mr. Ephron doing this? That's never explained. 12E has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Takapina told you that Ills' face was pummeled and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ills was. Well, obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12E was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ills' face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12E was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ills' bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen. Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Ephron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what, he wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Tacopina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that, you know, the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime. That the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt in this case is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die. We are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an unimportant case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night is not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Ephron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Ephron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Ephron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Ephron. There can be steps that the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times now. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Ephron recovered real ammunition from the scene from a real gun that fired. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea. The only thing that supports that is Twelby and Lou, who are telling you that it's a prop gun. Once you decide that it's a real gun, you're deciding that those two witnesses especially lie. Everything that they say should be rejected. And why did they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun. So you can decide this case by finding they lied to you. You can decide this case by listening to Mr. Ephron's testimony. Every time he's talked about this crime, he has always maintained this was a real gun. And if you determine that the gun used in this case was a real gun, the law compels you to one conclusion: that the defendant is guilty. That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty, not because you're going to find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome in this case. I know Mr. Takapina is going to talk about Mr. Ephron, and he's going to talk about all of Mr. Ephron's statements. He's going to point out every single minor inconsistency that Mr. Ephron has ever made when he is given statements. He's going to bring up points in time that Mr. Ephron is talking about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. You saw that clearly when the defense put up Wally Sajemi and tried to play snippets of Mr. Sajemi's recordings of Mr. Ephron. They tried to put up clips where Mr. Ephron said to Mr. Sajemi, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see, he said he was already a millionaire, but he's not. Where he said to Mr. Sajemi, "Go ahead and post news articles on social media." He said I'm suing Rocky. I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors. All those clips, none of those clips helped you answer the question in this case: was it a real gun or a fake gun? And who cares? Who cares if Mr. Ephron said in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't? Who cares if he asked someone to post a news article on social media? Mr. Ephron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Ephron does not know he's being recorded. He thinks he's talking to his friend. He has no idea that this person is betraying him, recording him, and then immediately turning their conversations over to the defendant. These are his unfiltered, unprepared thoughts. He's not talking to the police. He does not even know he's being recorded. But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to break them down, and we're going to play a couple of them.
They signed, so I'm mad at both y'all niggas because I'm that shit happy, you feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12 years. It was mixed up, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Racky been on his high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have. He feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him, Ills. Why is Rocky going out of his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? I hear Ills and 12 you with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him I'm taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes ahead and hit Bari because Bari had influenced him a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits him. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year Ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woo-dee-woo. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me?
Yeah.
Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
I answered him. He's like, where you at? With his slim voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? You know, Hollywood Boulevard, they all look the same. He's like, no, you not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it looked the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be here in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me, Ills calls me. I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people who heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
That's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, think though how the boys.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody,
bro.
Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up?
In that couple minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Ephron, trying to get Mr. Ephron to say something damaging, say something that's going to undermine his case, because while he knows he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot at him.
The same thing, because he waved at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a shield while I'd be dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? Not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know, like.
Bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time. Bro, when I got the best lawyer in LA and what about my business? You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you.
Bro.
So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or sue this man? Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he gotta reap. You feel me?
There ain't no way niggas could swat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
with legal shit involving out of boys, you know, so.
That's what I had. I didn't want to go with that. I would have had a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari, his friend, he might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those allegations, you feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those was allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot at me 4 or 5 times. The same thing he walks into the police station and tells the police. He's entirely consistent about what happens after the shooting. That he reached out to the defendant. That he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases. That he reached out to the defendant's manager. All that consistent with what you saw in the text messages and everything else that came in. Even how he was outed as the victim in this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his name to it. That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, you know, bygones.
And you know, he ended it when he shot at him. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times when you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He claimed that that's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. And me and Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds for the shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. He don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though? He tries to chest bump me, and then he shoots at me.
So it's really to get killed, bro, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that. You feel me? Now, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Ephron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Ephron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed, gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
You're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even as this happens, he still feels bad for the defendant. Still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option. Told him to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to firearm me
And that's why, right? Because it was the defendant's decision.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Bro, I could probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, some...
I don't even want no message relayed like that because he had more than, bro, I had over a year to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He chose to do that. Like, and you seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, until shit.
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, him thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust. Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you
It
don't,
do.
you feel me? Like,
That's gonna fuck up everybody's career who
you
worked for him.
feel me? So,
Everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happened to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Ephron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Ephron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4, 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Ephron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari and Rocky talks bad about me. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world as a snitch. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. If you listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Ephron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know. Rocky carries that fake gun. That's what he knew. I was never in any real danger. None of that comes out of Mr. Ephron. He's unequivocal. He tried to kill me. That's the entire case. Mr. Ephron told the police what happened. He was consistent about the details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio recording him. More importantly, he was consistent even when he didn't know he was being recorded. When he thought he was in a safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent. He has told the details of what happened that night no less than 9 times. Okay? And he was on the witness stand for 5 days when he testified. He has had to repeat this over and over and over. Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor inconsistencies in what you said? I mean, it's completely natural. But he, Mr. Ephron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12E, to Ills, to John. He was locked in with all of them, telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun, when is the first time that's raised, that this is a prop gun? You heard in the testimony from ASAP 12E and ASAP Blue that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of 2024, and they are only going to tell the defense attorneys. So they held that all-important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years, before then they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, oh, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify. That timing alone defies credibility.
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
That the idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood. You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant is guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those 2 cartridge cases that Mr. Ephron located? Why does he just so happen to have that same magazine in his bedroom closet, defendant's bedroom closet? So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing of extreme violence that the defendant's facing, and their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic. Keep in mind, though, that apparently, even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely, because he has He literally sleeps next to a 44 Magnum Desert Eagle, a real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously, if you were the victim of a violent crime, the response to arm yourself with a real gun is preferable to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's something the defendant also agrees with. Lou was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had, which he said he personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's Lou's testimony. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious that Lou did not fully think this through. He didn't fully flush out the story before he came in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that belt clip and by putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those two same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt, and the magazine extender, so that their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept that the defendant had a fake gun that Lou just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lou described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene? In his opening statement, Mr. Takakina made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases. That he actually discovered them at the scene after the police had searched it. So there's no cartridge cases, he comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun. That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now? Or?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into
All right, let's take a break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please don't discuss the case. have returned, and I understand that the missing phone was not missing at all? You're back? Good. All right, we're back on the record. Our jurors are present, all parties in counsel are present, and Mr. Prislovic, Georgia.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna just pick up briefly where I left off. We were talking about the police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because you heard from Sergeant Zizzo, who did his best to describe for you their response to what was, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls, and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar and Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun, that's going to fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Ephron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10, and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Ephron's a liar, because Mr. Ephron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, they were told by Mr. Ephron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Ephron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Ephron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video. It's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Ephron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Ephron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know that the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Ephron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Ephron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Ephron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Ephron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Ephron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Ephron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? What you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Ephron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan, and weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Ephron must have known that ASAP Blue accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Blue, somehow Mr. Ephron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Blue's going to load that magazine, fully loaded, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house? How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Ephron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire it at a firing range to collect those cartridge cases that he could plant in the future when this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Ephron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario, too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m., just after 10 p.m. on a Saturday, to leave the scene where the shooting happens, go find a gun, fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43, so not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Ephron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Ephron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots at him. Now you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Ephron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shooting's going to happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Ephron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be your reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges and he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Ephron would have had to have used his, telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Ephron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Ephron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Ephron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believed it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Ephron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Ephron planted these 2 real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Ephron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Ills, and Twelve, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect even one of those people to respond back to him and say, what are you talking about? We all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages, and him really kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him, those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages by Mr. Ephron put the defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Ephron is going to accuse the defendant of shooting a real gun at him. So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect them to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens with, the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant would immediately understand that that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his make Mr. Ephron's fake lawsuit go away later. So he needs to keep close tabs on that fake gun, right? So your reasonable expectation was, Mr. Ephron texts the defendant, you tried to kill me with your real gun. The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you receive through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore. Is that reasonable? This is kind of where my job gets hard, because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine, I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that, because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence? Why would he do that? You received an instruction about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Ephron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you're inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and they give it to this co-director. Lou knows. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. But what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on insulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him. They could have had him come in and testify and tell you all about it. Certainly, they would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? I mean, you would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I had to warn people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture or anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This, they're saying, is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork anywhere. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it. He modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of 12E. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Lou, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're going to hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're going to hold this inside, and they're only going to really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers and detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do though. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12E and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked, that the judge specifically asked both of them, will you sit and talk to the police? They both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, this case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense. It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of ills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop gun. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video. What the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Ephron was not the violent person in either of these incidences. And especially at the corner of Miss Del Mar and Selma, when you can see that initial interaction, you can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too. Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now, Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub. He's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent. He's scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy when his good friend Lou suggests to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, these scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns, he loves to shoot them, and he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important, you gotta understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail-oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to it. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're going to go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house, and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought for the completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do they do instead? Well, they're gonna hang out, they're gonna drink alcohol, and they're gonna talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on a beer, literally anything else, what Lou's gonna fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine's fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason, keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine was fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one at Rocky's house overnight. And he comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total coincidence. Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I need to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I mean by that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relli, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relli, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relli. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Relli is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this. For whatever reason, he wants to have proof, I guess, of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun that he doesn't own, and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relli is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relli's going to fly from LA to New York, North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relli somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relli's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relli meet him when it's actually Relli's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relli meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relli gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relli's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out towards Rocky. This, of course, is going to make Rocky respond. But what does Rocky do? Well, nothing, actually. This is where I have to introduce our next character, 12 to the story. And 12 is going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that Rocky didn't pull the fake gun as Relli had planned. What happened was the fake gun just so happened to fall out of Rocky's pants. What a terrible luck for Rocky that it would fall out at that precise moment. And not only that, but fall into his hand, and then his finger would land near the trigger just at the moment where he happens to walk into view of a camera. Even more unfortunate, because in this story, Rocky isn't mad. He's not upset with Relli. You know, remember 12 told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know. Very friendly. Rocky's not mad. But Rocky's going to look mad on this video for some reason. It's going to look like he's advancing towards Relli, when in reality, as 12 will tell you, it's just that he didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, apparently except for the exact same direction that he came in when he walked into the frame that he did. But Relli's not going to be successful in his plan just yet. Even though Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relli's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relli's seen the future, so he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Relli's going to attack Ills first, and Relli's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relli's tremendous size and strength, Ills will suffer no injuries. This is where Relli's plan runs into some really good fortune. Because even though Relli knows that the gun is fake, Relli's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Relli's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12B are, also for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun. Rocky's going to chase Relli, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake and doesn't fire anything. 12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really though, he's just playing along because he actually knows the gun's fake. Relli's fortunes get even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relli, Rocky, and 12. Okay? As is Relli's plan. Now, he's been successful. Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to plant to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relli do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky? And then stay there, point them out to the police. Hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. And he's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them into the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots. And in fact, he's going to repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? Again, Relli's got that power. He knows, he can see into the future. He knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Relli also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43, which will seem will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Relli planted, but which it's all miraculous because Relli was, using his future-seeing powers. Now, Relli's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake, via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relli is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relli with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it. And Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super muscular Relli. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's going to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because obviously that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and then spring it on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, that is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue you need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Ephron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly upset with Mr. Ephron prior to that meeting. When they met, the defendant was clearly angry. He pulls a gun, which Mr. Ephron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Ephron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Ephron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarms. 12B retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After the shooting, the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely inconsistent with that gun being fake. The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet, on top of ammunition for the other real guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases, that real ammunition. That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting, because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night. The last point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun, defies common sense, defies logic, totally unreasonable. The rationale for pulling that prop gun on a man who knows it's a prop gun. Completely unreasonable. There's no prop ammunition found at the scene. There's literally not one piece of paper, not one shred of documentation that could prove to you the existence of this gun. And again, all the actions of the people that you see on that video, completely consistent with a real gun being fired, completely inconsistent with this being a prop gun. So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun, and a complete lack of evidence that he used a prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple. Simple. The evidence compels you to your decision, and it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a break now, but it's going to be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't discuss the case.
guys can trade off.
We can trade off, yeah. Till 3. Right. I don't know that. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You're talking already, and heard.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now I gotta mute that.
At least that gives me a place to, start. And I was like, Oh, yeah, that's pretty.
Then, there you go.
I don't know if that was here. Let me make sure she's not plugging it in. Oh, okay.
I know she's a caregiver or something, but it's also my sister, so I gotta get her something, so,
This is a reminder to everybody in the audience, even though you have a phone, you're not allowed to be on your phone while the child is in session.
All right. Folks, are you ready for your? You want to wait for Paul? Yes, John, he's on the elevator. All right. I'm used to people not paying attention.
You know what? Something happened this morning and it flashed out.
All right, both sides ready for the jury? Yeah, sure. All right. All right, we are back on the record. Our parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Tacopina, are you ready to address the jury?
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has, and he's afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try and discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is a great system of ours and it works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mr. Prosecutors on what I thought was a fine argument this morning. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hour first summation, they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because the case does rise and fall in its credibility, without question, without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without Relli, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. Could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So Relli's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. Prosecutors seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Ephron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Ephron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Prosecutors said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in a sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask each of you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused of it? Ever been falsely accused? Have you ever had to sit there and take watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait and wait and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis because you're conduct during it. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rakim. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first lines out of the bat in the opening statement, it seems like 1.5 years ago, was that this case was about Relli's jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry, pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall on his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, Relli showed you who he truly was when it came time for cross-examination. He's a man who told me without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that actually to you. I was right out of the box, the first one that was fine, please.
You want the audiovisual person? Please. Alex, come on, please. Yes, sir.
I'm good. Your Honor, want
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audiovisual person in the court. We'll have him come up and see the product. Go ahead.
Good.
Sure.
It works on the computer, not on the system.
Okay. What you would have heard, what you may see one day, after Mark comes up to save us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, 1 question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in 1 question. That was a first for me. I've been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, 1 question. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of court with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's how you had to hear. Imagine what he's capable of in the dark of night. He doesn't think anyone's watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it has fallen hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. Another first for me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. That's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your work. Use your common sense to do that, and ladies and gentlemen, your work goes far beyond these courtroom doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close. Again, appreciate Mr. Preslom's argument, but we're going to dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relli's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, he said, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Relli was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not. Sir.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You need back here or over here? Yeah, right.
Thank you very much. Well, anyway, he was one of the videos. Might have to play it next. Go ahead.
Yes, no, I don't know. They want to Japan. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people what about it. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know. They want to Japan. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people what about it.
Okay. I think we already discussed it. I don't have to go back to it, but if you get a glimpse. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relli's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue, the other for the altercation Piece Del Mar, that fuzzy video that you see. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Very simple. Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge just told you this just the other day. He said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see, which is why they cut off the end of the video on Piece Del Mar. And I'm going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away, they cut off the part where Relli goes back and gets Ills one more time. The guy who's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you, each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, another term I didn't hear much in the 2 hours plus summation of this result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. and the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now, as we sit here, Rakim Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because, folks, please remember this. The judge is going to tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts in this. Hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives on the street when talking to our friends or analyzing whether our kid's been truthful or a friend's been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, the courtroom. Because it seems, as a country, that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country were no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, if there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime. It isn't he probably committed the crime. It is I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond a reasonable doubt in this case? Terell Ephron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did, and you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, the video works, you're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury to you. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. Solomon said, that the defense's story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that? It was like the closing remark in jury selection. We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. He said that. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right at the jury selection. Boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? You have to say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. The first witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that Relli claimed to have found that night? Remember what Detective Flores said about that? The excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go past that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. At all costs. And it's not about justice for the state, it's about winning. Plain and simple.
No,
And it shouldn't be.
that's the problem.
And And they played games in this case that should offend you. And I'm gonna take you, I'm not just saying it, I'm gonna take you through them. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this Relli, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening? I said we're here to make promises, both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, then you see if we fulfill them. Here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. You got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relli with a real gun. We told you that Relli was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relli was the real aggressor, Rocky used the prop gun to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun, beyond a reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense for 12-year ills. The judge instructed you, if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun, beyond a reasonable doubt, the case is over, it's over. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You can stop there, it's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or in defense of 12-year ills, he's also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument. They bear the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relli threatened Rocky, Relli threatened Schwelry, Relli repeatedly punched Ills and ragdolled Ills. I'm going to show you that again on the video, slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on the video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle, first, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not with a firearm, because they cannot, absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a prop gun. Unimpeached, not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record that Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Twelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lou Lemon told you where it came from, that D&B music video. He identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July of 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to clip the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine thing to make it look more intimidating, because the Glock he had prop gun Glock with a 26, it sort of fits in a pocketbook, it's really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lou Levin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry a prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. The testimony you could, by the way, you could always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can do crazy things, but if there's any dispute, you can always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Lemon talked about the security people who advised Rocky, or whatever, type of that. So he never was asked who, but he didn't say a security guy. He said a security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember if it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring in a picture of the DMV video? They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos for all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in. Put it on YouTube. They didn't do that. They didn't want you to see that video. Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was a common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was borrowed and exchanged and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. And the guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji. They recorded it. They told Lou. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I've told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
Because he says it loudly, it's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained.
argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Tank.
Anyway, you were hurt. You know, they knew about Lou Levin prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have looked at prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, you have absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony to be cross-examined. It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to be, they knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's improper argument. Overruled.
Relli's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Relli shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Ills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Ills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Ills wasn't going to hit. That was real. There was no way. The DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, and pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, ooh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when he was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for Trolby and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process. What's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure that innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win, attacked. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that, just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that. Mark Twain, great author, once said, "To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail." That came to life. The prosecution embraced Relli in this case, though. Embraced him. Didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. Whole thing's fake, that weren't fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning. They defend him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with our witnesses, Mr. Lewin teared into them like they were serial killers. And I mean Twelby and Lou Levin. They were the polar opposites of Relli in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. Compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent. They didn't throw water bottles. They didn't curse. I mean, Relli, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions like Relli was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, they were coached very well. They're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they weren't consistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay a glove on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. You saw their demeanor. They both told you, Lou and Twelby, both told you previously carried a prop gun for that 6-month period. Being a victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had it with him on November 6, 2021. And now Rocky's friends knew he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only a prop gun. No, Lou said, and Twelby said, to his immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered Twelby with questions about his summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony or prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant what Twelby saw in that document.
That's an improper argument, Earl.
Repeat that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what 12 saw in that summary document. Irrelevant.
That is an improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop in defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop in defense, and he said, there were no deposition in criminal cases with the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, he just found out about this prop gun. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores was very honest, and I think he tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the direct in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was a prop gun. That's been since day one for Rocky. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statements, after you guys were in panel. Okay. Whatever. And goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were in panel in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, he told them that for the first time. Okay. I'm saying, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves like police officer Zizzo, because he just remembered that today, 5 years later. You know, I mean, sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers they may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Schwelbe told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relli, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committing perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that his summary was Schwelbe's actual statement when it wasn't. It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Schwelbe how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Schwelbe said on direct testimony. Completely. Schwelbe didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video. He said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. You never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. What other games they play with Schwelbe? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to Schwelbe. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement, tried to reach out to Trelby. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking Trelby if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact 12. They knew they didn't try to contact 12 before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. Why did you give a false impression? That somehow 12 ignored a message? That somehow 12 ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparaging counsel.
Yeah, there cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not personal then. The question was asked that. Okay.
Do not debate with me
Sorry.
about a ruling.
Yep.
The objection sustained. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you heard the testimony, you saw what happened. You figure out what it was all about, but 12 was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message, no one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just got to ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, what I say, the games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked 12B about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on Vista Del Mar in November of 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was no prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard what happened to the prop gun way before that. And here's this also, think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried the prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker, his face was slashed. Home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a carry. So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, if they're already in his home, less in his bedroom, there aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. Also with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I asked Detective Flores if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
And that's an improper argument.
Sustained.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Levin, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. They were, 2 of them were Lou's. One of them was Lou's, and 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from the Detective Flores. Legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all costs. It's not a game. It's not a game, certainly with him and his family. It's not a game. In fact, the prosecution did absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Terell. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. He didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time. because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the streets where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speaking. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. Say, "No, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you."
It's improper argument.
Overruled.
There's no need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12E, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Preslomic this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes a contradiction. That's not proof. That's definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12E and Lou. 12E said zero. He went zero from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary for Rocky, and he does, and he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend they appear as unbiased with it. They love him. But it's an interesting thing, though, that they were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relli, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lou Levin, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris to get. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, that guy's looking $30 million for that. Knuckle scrapes. By the way, if Relli got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly, they'd have no witness in this case, as you now know, because he'd be on an island somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relli wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, these guys go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works. I didn't hear that tape. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that one. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're here in this courtroom. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both 12E and Lou Levin established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a property by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a prop gun. Relli's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. 12E testified during the first altercation. Relli said something to the effect of, shoot that fake ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Relli said he didn't say that. So, now you have to see, who's more credible, more trustworthy, 12E or Relli? So that's what you have, the words of the two in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage where claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on, a real gun, that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and, according to him, tried to kill him. So think about that for a second, when you talk about a reasonable doubt, or a doubt based on reason. Think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berate him as I'm following him. Almost begging him to shoot me. Well, let's see Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told you what he thought about that. He testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Relli to do. His testimony from his trial. Mr. Ephron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? He answered yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I didn't say right. And Detective Flores said yes. Of course it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a prop gun. And of course, when Relli was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, when Detective Flores questioned about it, Relli said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on when he questioned him. When you asked Mr. Ephron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct, Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relli could do at that point he said, I don't know why I followed him, it was a real gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Relli could say because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a prop gun. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Whew. That's it. You just need one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of law.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a prop. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial in front of you from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no, sir, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. And you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot. That's the testimony in front of you all in this trial. Again, so no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said, Sergeant Zizzo said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the prop gun. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution cannot prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Relli being totally believable. Not without Relli being totally believable. And he is not worth it, believe. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand for 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on cross anyway. 3, 4 times, the judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when he questioned his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even had to prove, they have 0 evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone shooting. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun? What's their evidence? Relli's shell casings, we'll get to those. Relli's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from the parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. And they're all there, and it's all like. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun, a real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told this jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable. How are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Relli's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else do they have? Well, sounds, those 2 sounds. Okay? The gunshot sounds heard at the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's the case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks, please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they're relying on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night, beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable prop gun. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm, beyond a reasonable doubt. The case detective agrees with that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Relli's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. What they said in their opening statement about Relli's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were bullet graves, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say when they were opening about those scrapes? whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe those
That's an
knuckles.
improper argument, Stan. I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, as to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections was actually to what you said, what the prosecution wants you to believe.
Overruled. That part's overruled.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case, the prosecution. That's what that argument was about. For credibility, I mean, you have to. So whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course, they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relli was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he's truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relli was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with him. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relli couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, he couldn't tell you. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet or the floor or whatever. I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So, it's either what was left from the bullet or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know. I can't see. It's not what he said in his lawsuit. Lawsuit, he said he was shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does an oath mean anything at all? He really does believe what he said to you at the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as truth beyond a reasonable doubt of the truth. Relli said it could have been the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relli said he was left. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up for a second? Yeah. Bullet. $30 million. Give me. There's no one with eyes and a brain that thinks that's a bullet wound. That's what he said. Grazed by a blade. Now he said, or the floor. Or the floor. I mean, he he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound, like we said. Ridiculous as that. And by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his Boomerang Instagram video he posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. Do we have that? Go ahead. That's a permanent injury that only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated the scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York, cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust anything that in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because a detective on November 9, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. This is Detective Floyd's testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is. Correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital to get treated because of the type of case that this is? Normally he tells someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention, not the manufacturer of thing in a case. That is offensive, and it should be offensive to you because of the type of cases that you can go to the hospital. Make it look like you required a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution's main, and I'd say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. We don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with the shell casings also, manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented to try and establish that Rocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness, Officer Zizzo, showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video, by the way. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective Flores told you, about 20 minutes they were there for, searching. That's 7 minutes, 7 officers times 20 minutes, that's 140 minutes of manpower, right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation means we agreed, the defense and the prosecution. At the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day, it's Tuesday, right? It's the last day, Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was zero evidence on this record. Zero. I defy them to say, show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges looked like or how they were ejected from a prop gun. There is zero evidence.
That's the improper argument, it misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
Just, I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read it back. All right?
If I'm misstating the evidence, they get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. Because I don't want to mistake the evidence. So, there. I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I didn't say, show it. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like, okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from our witness, from Lou Levin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun. Or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, oh no, blank cartridge shell casing look exactly like 9mm shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask me one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lou Levin, about it. Lou's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper, bullets in the front. Describe what the casings look like at all. Or how, if they would have split or not split. Or were they shiny metal things that, like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, the police found nothing, no evidence of a shooting whatsoever, no bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars in the parking lot right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But Relli wants you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half later. Flies in the face of common sense. It defies reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, officers, is it possible to use the shell casings? As you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about, never hearing that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that to you in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that show the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. There's the, right, jump up here on. Oh, Did everyone see my blocking? Anyone? Yeah. Okay, so here's the officer searching right there. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, right here. And they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who Relli first swore was him. To you all, he swore it was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him, but it was him first. But some dude's coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the prop gun was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or do you have to do that?
Yes.
We'll do that later. But anyway, you remember the wall here, and we'll show it. It's near the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma. And this is where, at one point, 2 Search 12 we run into. This all happened right here. They're looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They actually said that, you know, they had these videos. They're videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Relli said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene, or now he didn't return to the scene, because now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Thanks. Well, it's in trouble, it's just a sign of breaking something. 5 minutes. Right there. Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community mistake. They didn't know what location was. They were there. And he got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relli, Rakim Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relli's shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights, impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this event. They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Relli then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relli on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because as part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Perslomic, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 guy. That's me, yes. And Mr. Perslomic, you sure? I'm sure. Well, you know, weren't you in a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was only had to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. There was possibly additional. So the solution to that now being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, was this guys? Oh, this is Relli's testimony. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's me. Okay, I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case I thought I was just making that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, shocked a little bit by this one, I was shocked by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that that was Relli. I made a mistake to you. Relli swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you under oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change testimony that, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relli said he had returned to the scene for. You also heard Detective Flores talk about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relli told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area. and recover those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that. I'm happy to. What other problems does the prosecution have with Relli's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relli claims he took at the scene, were time-stamped on his phone. And they show the photos were actually taken at between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they have a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back at 11:09 was Relli, returned to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relli told you at this trial that he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relli, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Maybe about 5 more minutes, so one stop now.
No,
Okay,
2:45 is when we break.
let's do it now.
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the courtroom doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
I'll go and watch. Kidding. What? He's representing himself. That would actually.
No, I'm not having that. I'm out.
Is he gonna be, restrained, right? right there. You gotta come around there. Okay. Katrina comes back and makes it quicker, okay? If Katrina comes back and makes it quicker.
All right, let's go on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. Where is? Yes. I asked Kathy, the court reporter, to check her notes, and she's able to do that. And there is an indirect reference, and it's not even clear, to Relli and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even know what that means. But from here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want either directly or indirectly any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Turning a blind eye?
What?
Turning a blind eye?
That would also go to comments such as, we're here to do justice, all they care about it's improper. It's not only untrue, it's improper.
Yeah, and stay away from that. They're only, they're winning at all costs. It's just, well, it's fair comment on the evidence.
Because Judge, at the top they can say about the evidence, they cannot say the prosecution is all they care about is winning their case. They don't care about justice. That there's authority that says that is.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
And Judge,
Stay away from that.
and Judge, you don't believe it's true.
No, I don't. And I know it's not.
That's
All right, so stay away from what the prosecutor's motives are. Talk about the witnesses. Don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopino or Mr. Siegel.
Joe, you're free to even comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, et cetera, just not that extra step.
All right.
Well, my explanation will be much shorter now.
What's that?
My explanation will be much shorter now, so.
I doubt it. Let's bring it here. Okay, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m.
All right.
Third block. right, folks, for scheduling, tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. Not 9:30. 9.
Your Honor, I think someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me? Aside from me?
Yes,
Oh,
I-
sorry.
I don't have a problem, I'm not sure that I can make it by 9. I mean, I have to drop off my kids in the
Oh.
morning, so I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, you're late, I understand. Dropping off your kids is important. So, be here at 9-ish. Okay? All right. We're back on the record, all parties, counsel, and jurors are present. Peter?
Okay, folks, so I think we left off when I was discussing with you all the whole notion of the person who used to be Relli, is not Relli anymore apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now again, his story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09 apparently. But one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relli, like he first said on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene. Ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relli actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She was probably busy doing whatever she does, but she didn't show up. Their burden corroborated with witnesses. I mean, the word of Relli, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. Those sort of cool I put together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could come in here and say, yes, I went back with him. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing while at the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Relli's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS location data for those digital photos on Relli's phone. Why? I mean, they didn't show you, what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Relli's iPhone to show you where Relli was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relli's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. Could have corroborated it or not. After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That from Detective Flores' testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, this is important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Ill's Elijah Ulunger's, ASAP Bill's, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain showed that Elijah Ulanger, ASAP Bill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ills, I'm just going to refer to him as Mr. Ills for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ills' cell phone was near Mr. Mayers' residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Relli, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would have put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Vista Del Mar and Selma that night during the incident. You see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11:11 p.m., why didn't they use Relli's GPS data to show you where he was at 11:11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions, either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word for it. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Relli. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Terell Ephron. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not truthful. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer, correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that, no way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it, because whatever you see, you have to reject. You have to. And that's exactly what Relli says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relli's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Relli's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you take the word heard from her? The fact is, Relli didn't want her anywhere near the courtroom. Anywhere near the courtroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Is this Miss Parker? You don't know if that's your girlfriend?
back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I mean, just, anything he tells the truth about? I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not an I don't know. That's either yes or no. You couldn't recognize his girlfriend at one point. He said, oh, because she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's neither did they. The judge told you, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case to testify than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and you need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records of Relli, what it could have shown where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been important, especially if there's any question that that video may not have been shown to Relli returning. That wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get to know the answer, because they didn't get his GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get checked. So we just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of the witnesses, and it's in your, you're going to take it back with you there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important fact of the case, or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9, he posted those pictures on the Instagram. His 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns a 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof for where he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another account of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one, because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to them. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell cases. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury event. It was like a perjury miniseries, this next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. He got caught with that, then he went to another. It was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because it would mean he had access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give me the truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? He said, you fire a 9mm at a shooting range. Right, tip him off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat, I said, definitely not. And he got all belligerent with me, he says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
Let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell cases at the scene. Find the shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not? You heard me, definitely not. I had a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later.
So, you heard me, I think, because he did not like me, clearly. Of course, I asked him to confirm that answer. You heard me. What are you asking me? You heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Ephron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out to Mr. Ephron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
Mr. Ephron, what you just told this jury, I don't know what I'm doing. 316, 265 days I'll be here. Hold on for a second. Someone, hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Because you didn't have your license. No, that was just last I went to a shooting range.
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range at least? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice definitely not. And then he explained why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearms license or whatever. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know what oath means? Absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say that. That was blatant perjury right there. You should witness another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in the courtroom after that, I think made me worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear it. That the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness officer on the docket. Let's look at this.
And where is it? And where is it videotaping? Was it taped this whole thing, right? So we have a situation on that tape. On that tape, this is outside of California.
I don't know where it was taken.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. But I'm not saying anyone's at fault, Your Honor. I'm just showing how it's played out with the witness. You put on the witness.
Right.
How he adopts.
The prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it wasn't came as a surprise, I believe, to everybody. Go ahead.
Well, except the witness, which I don't argue.
Everybody at counsel table.
Yeah, not believing everyone counts it, but I just want
Right.
to, just let this play out how we would
New
have
Jersey or something like that, like, I don't guess, it's not.
The same objections, improper argument over this.
I explained it to the jury. Go ahead.
New Jersey or something like that, like, I don't guess, it's not.
Next line. Last line was not Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, the hearing, whatever we heard in the courtroom, the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. That was everything, sure, he knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I don't have to repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Relli. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, that was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. and 2:11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you saw, heard about, of a video showing Relli at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there. They were the same. Relli was tagged on that, everyone was tagged. So what does Relli do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50, that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account, and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relli as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made to the jury. I can't say it straight, but that's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making any mistakes, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about the gun range. And he started saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relli boss? Yeah, but, okay. Okay, folks. I guess you didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one. Just that one that happened to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you meet at Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer can meet because of what happened here? You couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with. But he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Oh, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relli, that you invested in? I mean, last year, it was only last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Lied. I mean, no one invests in property doesn't remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here. when considering his credibility. Relli told you, just like that, there's so many things, the Miami robbery thing, that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. You got caught lying. It's made in New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it was definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account, wanted to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You've seen him testify in this courtroom. And the witness who told you, when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of my questions, any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you, he just lied under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell cases, because he was tired of answering my questions. I'm just going to lie to you.
So this one on this topic, it's rare, just a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay, yes, I did. Okay. You said yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not? I'm going to be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you.
So, did you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that all of a sudden now? When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th, definitely not. So you look like you're confused, then she goes, to be honest, oh, there we go, there's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking with you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give me my $30 million, and let's get this over with. He just told you he perjured himself. But you should believe him, without corroboration. We all know it wasn't mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he told the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And as for the prosecution wanting to correct that mistake, I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that is not a minor factor in this case. That's not a minor factor. And it's not a game. This is life. Whether their so-called victim, Terell Ephron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before he claims to have found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did, in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's the funny thing about facts. Because facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes or our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relli tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say to you. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relli first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there was no shell casings there because he had a prop gun. He had a prop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, a half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion defense failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Relli did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. Beyond the fact that Relli had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relli's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not William Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it pretty quickly, pretty easily. Not a video. Relli first said that it was fake when I showed him that video. It was fake. He didn't think anyone knew he had those videos of him at a firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had it too. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine him, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before, with 9mm shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason he would lie about that. Cover it up. You heard about the magazine. I'm going to get to that magazine. The Glock 43, Mr. Prosecutors spent a lot of time on it today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed you that 2 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started, 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward, great. That's January 2025. What about 2021, 2022? Well, not 2021, because they recovered in 2022, let me be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. Instead, they spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In any event, Lou Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff, personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly read a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, he told you. He told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did, from his testimony. And because that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms, he left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased the thing. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing you know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Lewin, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true. I mean, At one point, he told you that magazine was never used. He told you it was never used. You can take this back, you have all the evidence with you. But the reason he told you it was never used, he's got a picture that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
No evidence.
Over.
This is pure. It's virgin, as Levin said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it. Not only did they not connect Relli's shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the detective Flores if you could find fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? Pretty easily. He said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, because that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, do you have one of those bullets? He showed this one's recovered. Claimed to be recovered at the scene by Relli at 11:45 with no GPS data. Anyway. They claim, Detective Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing. Metal, it's empty, it's horseshoe. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you would get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. His testimony on that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind knocked the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact. There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off a shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person with an incentive to wipe them clean would have been Relli, before he gave them to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out, we have to do it. So Relli wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with. And you know that's not true. There's no Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Objection sustained. Objection sustained.
Well, you decide if that testimony is correct.
There's no testimony, Mr.
No, there's
Miss
Objection
Anderson,
sustained. about when Dunkin' Donuts are open until.
That's
The
not.
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Bang. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He came in here and told you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to a judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered in Rocky's house. That may help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relli's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a hundred times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relli said he found were Federal cartridge. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Lest there be any question that that block magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. So after this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lululemon told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thing, Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, 12E and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently they both identified the belt and the extended magazine, so they both could identify, you know, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop gun. Not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together, and 12 saw it. That's the magazine in the, okay, I know what we're doing here now. Thank you, Jen. That's the, we'll use that pointer again in our arm.
Yeah, easy on the screen.
Oh, that's too hard on the screen.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was pushing through it. Did everyone see here? No, okay. Anyway. That's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lululemon described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lululemon described, that 12E described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's an extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We'll break now.
Yeah,
All right, folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.